Did you read about Cyberlander? No, not yet. In Australia, we only have short beds because they're called utes. Yeah, I know about utes. I mean, Joshy, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I don't want a Falcon FPV ute with a Barra in front. Yeah, I want that. How about a GMK 7550 crane as an everyday truck? I know what that is. That's about as big of a telescoping crane as you can get, isn't it? Yep. I mean, that's fine if you want to... If you need to move like the world. Jeez, man. Oh my goodness. That is a chonker of a freaking crane, dude. That's about as big of a telescoping crane as you can get, Bell, right? It doesn't get... You can't... There's no bigger telescoping crane than that sucker. I mean, freaking yikes. It's a freaking monster, dude. Almost big enough to drag me out of bed in time. Here, Bellum, I want to show you something real quick, if you don't mind. Quick thing, guys, before we get into launching our missions. Oh, Drool, you don't even know. The goalie, the biggest cranes, guys, are, oh, they're insane. Here, the crane, okay, so that Liebherr crane that SpaceX is using is small. That's a small lattice crane. Seriously, how it's configured is actually tiny. It's very small. Here, Bellum, I want to show you this real quick. If you don't mind, man. Take a look. This is my R&D file for KSP. I'm still working out all the kind of nitty-gritty stuff to how it works, but here, I think this one is the better version. Yeah, see, this one has the wagon. Dude, it is truly a balance of physics. What I'm trying to do in KSP is, believe it or not, I'm trying to make it so this thing is configurable. I can make smaller cranes and attach the boom segments and the derrick segments together in sub-assemblies, just like the real one, to see if I can assemble cranes anywhere in KSP. How far out to sea do you want me to go with the dredging? Killer, just here. The rest should be nice and deep enough. Yeah, just take whatever we were doing at the end here and just here. Or if we want to make it really accurate, you'd make a channel. But once again, you need to see what the draft is on the Edmund Fitzgerald because, yeah. Quick detour over to the Minecraft world real quick. How's it coming? Oh, yeah, you guys are making some progress there. Absolutely. That looks good, man. Yeah, just find the draft of this or just go to Y51 and only go to Y51 basically to basically where you are right now. Map hasn't updated over here just yet. It almost has. Yeah, that's on Java. We're working on a Minecraft shipyard project over on the Minecraft server. I usually do that for early hours, but yep. I've been trying to design a 3D printed model crane. Definitely an art of physics. It's difficult, man. It is very difficult. LTM 11200. Look it up. Okay, one last thing with cranes. LTM 11200. This is the closest thing we'll ever get to Optimus Prime. Dude, it's articulate. It's an articulated... Frick, man. Oh. I would say look at the cable management, but that ain't cable management. That's line management. Those are hydraulics. How's that boat going to back out? Well, that's the exact reason why I'm having killer fun. That's the exact reason why I'm having killer fun in Neil. Just basically delete this peninsula right here. They're going to make this the new shoreline. I literally have tasked them with deleting this peninsula. Yeah, so the Edmund Fitzgerald can get out. Yeah, see? Pretty cool, huh? Poor inverted Florida getting deleted. It'll be fine. Trust me, it's fine with it. No, Java can't play with Bedrock. Java doesn't jive Java well with Bedrock. Yeah. Words. How do you get a live map for Minecraft? It's called Dynmap, and it's a plugin. Alright, anyway. So, yeah, that's, Bellum, that's what I've been working on. I've been kind of working on cranes as a side project, just to see. Alright. Let me go over here like this. Make sure we don't have the audio still boosted from when we were looking at rocket motors. There we go. We're back out here. Looks really nice. Thanks, man. I can't get it to stand up straight. Anytime I go to pick something up, the thing's just like... But... sometimes translating the physics into Kerbal... yeah, is a little difficult. But... kind of works. It will be a world downloaded of the MV map. What, W? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Alright. Okay, we got to do our time warps. So, 8 days into the future, which means we're at 274. Okay. I took a 20 rep hit for the Minmus mission, but chat voted to salvage it. But I need to... it's very clear to me, guys, that I need to refigure out... I have to figure out how to... 8 days, okay. I mean, will there be a world download for the MC map for playing offline? Maybe. I need to figure out how to more appropriately fund science mission stuff. So what I've been doing is I've been coordinating with a couple of my buddies that work at NASA to try and better figure out how science mission proposals go, because it's not the same as like saying we need a launch vehicle up and running in 3 weeks time, or we need 5 missions to the moon done in, 3 weeks time. I got to figure out a little bit of a different way to make the science program kind of adaptive to work with the transfer windows and stuff. I'll have that for you probably by next week. I'm kind of doing a little bit of a homework assignment for myself. It wasn't canceled, RJ, but I did miss the deadline because of click-through, which does suck, but it's okay. I can still salvage the lander, I believe. Should be able to. Alright, we're going to go up to the station. And I need to check the mission log here for when the next rotation is. And you guys also have to vote on whether you want to extend the station rotation missions for Liberty. Well, not necessarily extend the station rotations. What I need to work on is whether we're going to expand the station or basically keep it doing what it's doing. It's got 20 science, so transmit that science off of there. How much science do we have now? 150. Okay, very good. So we have a crew up here. They are doing science. And when is Liberty 5 scheduled to come back down? This is my log of missions. 292. 274. Okay, so they're going to be up there for about 20 more days. So that means basically next stream we're going to have to send up a rotation mission, which is fine. Where are the rules written for the Minecraft server? Rules for the Minecraft server. Basically, don't mess with other people's stuff. We don't really have a set written amount of rules. Don't mess with other people's stuff. Don't steal other people's stuff. And basically, that's it. Yeah, Swishio, right? Click through. I hit the wrong button. Alright. Okay, so while we're here, we need to do a relocation. Yeah, pretty much, God. Just do one, do others, I suppose. Don't steal other people's stuff, and... I mean, there's no PvP enabled, so... Don't steal other people's stuff. If you need resources, go to the community pool. If you want to build a house, just get a hold of me or Drummer or somebody. Like, I just want to... Like, yeah, we just basically... I'm trying to basically do it like cities, guys, where I set up zoned areas, and then you guys build whatever the hell you want. So, like, okay, think of it... How I want the Minecraft server to run is, if we're going to... I mean, the shipyard is just the first thing that I decided to do. We'll finish the shipyard, right? And then we'll start building the city. When I start building the city, I'll basically zone commercial, residential, and industrial stuff. And you guys build whatever you freaking want. You want to build a warehouse building? Go build a warehouse building. You want to build a skyscraper? Good. Do commercial skyscraper with, you know, like... Guys, I want us to build a greenfield. You understand this, right? I want greenfield. What's greenfield? Greenfield is another city map that another community is working on. And now, I'm not trying to... I don't want us to be like, oh, we're going to build a better city than them. I just also want to build a city. I was very inspired by this project. So, once again, we're going to build... We'll basically build highways and roads and stuff, right? And then you guys have at it. Greenfield is awesome. It's awesome. Like, see? They have zoned out plots and roads and stuff. That's basically what I want to make. Yeah, I'll just build out a bunch of city blocks. You guys can build your houses there if you want. And yeah, we kind of go from there. You know, we'll have areas for larger buildings and stuff if you want. And, you know, I'll put in the road. We'll, you know, me and a couple of other people will work on the roads and the lines and whatnot. And yeah, just build a city. This is not in survival. Greenfield was built in creative. That does not mean that it's not amazing. Greenfield was made in creative. And gosh dang, is it freaking impressive. These guys are amazing. I'm so heavily inspired by this. It's so freaking cool. They did such a good job. But I would really like to build something like this. And I think this community is totally capable of doing it, to be honest with you. They're doing it in creative. I want to build it in survival. There you go, Tom. See you last, okay? You should ditch the deep space tug. Don't be like the old mission mode where you kept the old stages around for no reason. I'm going to keep that just because I don't have a Wolfhound engine, but we do need to get rid of this. TS5 needs to go. Right now, this deep space tug is being used kind of basically as a propellant depot, but this does have all this science equipment on it, dude, so I want to keep it. Basically, you're playing RimWorld in cities with us as your workers. I mean, Fadiga, if you wanted to say it like that, sure. But also, I mean, yeah, I am, but it's cool. but it's fun. This is a cool way to do it. So, like, for instance, when we build our city hall, I'm going to have a hall of records for every piece of zoned land, so we know who built what and when. It's cool, right? How did you make that T-piece on the station? This is 3 different modules, Joshi. It's made out of fairings, actually. It's 2 fairings that are facing each other in different directions. It's my core node for the station. Alright, let's get to work here. How much monopropellant does transfer stage 5 have in it? Nothing. Okay. Alright, well that's good. This tug we're gonna dump. That thing is being used for prop storage. The deep space upper stage is different than a transfer stage. The DSUS actually went into solar orbit and back. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think we do need some station resupply for monopropellant, so we should get a Sigma mission ready. And we should get a Sigma up here sooner rather than later. Hey Andy, what's up? Say, I have a question about your station. Are there any reaction wheels on board? The only reaction wheels are on this. Andy, I really don't use reaction wheels much anymore, dude. And that's not because you shouldn't use them or it's some kind of... It's just real spacecraft don't generally have RCS on them. Or, they have RCS on them, and they really only have a gyro that's enough to hold them in one direction, and that's it. Like, there's very specified applications of the gyros that you use to actually reorient a ship, but most craft, satellites, even the space station uses RCS to like boost its orbit, but it does use a gyro to kind of stay persistently rotating with Earth, right? But yeah, I've been trying to shy away from it because not all spacecraft have gyros installed. Like most upper stages do not have gyros installed on them. They have RCS on the back so they can kind of steer it like a rudder almost. Do you ever run into the issue with one of them fighting each other if you have too many? And what do you do to stop it? Well, Andy, part of the reason why I stopped using our stacked SAS is one, because you can't just rely on gyroscopic forces to get your spacecraft to fly correctly. I'd rather rely on physics to make my spacecraft work correctly. Physics is always going to be there. If you take the gyroscopes away and make it work within the confines of physics, so like getting center of mass and center of thrust lined up, for instance, right? It'll, that's less parts, right? The best part is no part, right? Sometimes I don't necessarily run into them fighting with each other so much, is that if you have too much gyroscopic force, like if you have too much control, however the PID for the SAS was coded, it tends to overcompensate. So Andy, you ever get spacecraft doing this with SAS like that? That's because you have too much, and that's when it starts fighting with each other. Actually, lack of reaction wheels, like Rocket Guy's saying, he always turns the reaction wheel torque down, will actually keep the thing nice and stable.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It doesn't seem like they have... Well, the SAS is using some kind of PID Omegaton. I just don't know how it's written, to be honest with you. It's obviously a PID, because... Almost burped up some chicken there. That's great. Because with the SAS, what it does is you set it, and then it'll hone in, and then it'll lock in to a different direction. It's got to be a PID. What else would it be? Exclamation point MC, Tom. Yeah, guys, you don't need a lot of gimbal. Not everything that flies needs to have, like, shuttle engine amounts of gimbal. In fact, you should, with your rocket, especially with, like, a first stage, you shouldn't have to rely on that much gimbal. With a rocket that's launching DART is an exception. I need to use gimbal to launch DART because it has a lot of wing up top. But, like, for a regular rocket carrying a regular payload fairing, you don't need a lot of gimbal. You should rely on the aerodynamics to get the rocket to fly right. I mean, granted, some rockets in real life don't generally always do that, but you know, a PID should have decreasing fluctuations. Theirs seems like a reactionary system. Well, I find, so Megaton, it's weird, and perhaps you can help me out with this. I found that with SAS, if you have too much control, then it'll just introduce oscillations all day. But if you, the lower the control you have, the smaller the corrections the SAS will make, and it'll eventually lock in on a target. And that's what, yeah, that's my experience. So I try to get away from using those things, and I use reaction wheel torque with the probes for basically just enough torque to be able to have a heading hold, and that's about it, which is not that far off from how the real stuff actually works. All right, it looks like we're gonna need a Sigma up here. Did the Saturn V have gimbaled engines? Yes. The 4 outer engines on the first stage, Josh, but not the center one. The center one was a fixed gimbal. Yeah, the 4 outer engines on the Saturn V, those gimbaled. Anyway, we do need to dump TS5, but I would like to keep that fuel up here just in case. But that would mean I'd need to take TS5 and move it over here. Yeah, Joshy. PIDs are, yeah. Dude, Stormworks is what taught me about how PIDs work. I had no idea what it was until Stormworks came along. And I used it as an engine controller. That's correct, Loopy. Hey, Sawyer, what's up, man? You could easily code a PID in KOS and it behaves differently. Yeah, JuiceBot, PIDs are... Whew. Like, PIDs are one of the hardest things to explain to people, but once you get it, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, it's just, oh, you're over here, take into account the correction, and how long it takes to basically stay over here and then lock into that position. It's just, yeah, like, it's super useful, and it's one of those things that not a lot of people talk about, but, yeah, super useful. 55-month resub, 5-5. Yeah, it's car 55. We're in a truck. Loopy, I'm almost thinking we need another. I need another. Another module. Believe it or not, I think we need another module to kind of support all these operations. Hey, Boo. Now, I was gonna, you know, kind of vote to upgrade the Liberty stuff, but I'm gonna take kind of an executive decision on this one. I think we should install a module right here, and the module should have a multi-axis node at the end, kind of like Nauka and Prichal on the ISS, and then have a docking port for DSUS here, and the docking port for this over here. I really hate to bring this up. The station doesn't appear to have the proper snack module. Please refer to SOP for the snacks. Oh. Well, that's what I'm trying to put up there. Yeah, I'm almost thinking we should have a dedicated spot. I think it should be on the top, and we could put bigger solar panels on that run along with the top existing labs. Okay. Yeah, because having to move the transfer stages around all the time is a big pain in the butt. I'm using KOS to write a script to auto land recovery missions. Hey, my caliper came in. Nephews are gone. Finally get to measuring random stuff. You have anything with a Canadarm to move the modules around? Snoop, that's actually the next thing I wanted to... You know what? I'm going to change the title of this stream. We're not going to do the landing refueling missions. I need to do space station upgrades for lunar missions. I'm going to change the title up here. All right. Do I have a model of the station around here? I don't think I have a model of the station. What I like doing, just like NASA, I like keeping a functional model of the station around. Nope. Nope. I think it would be time, it should be time to do that. There's the hex node. Nope. Do I have a model of the station around anywhere? I don't think that I do. Okay. We're still waiting on funding for that, Ryan. I have to figure out a better way to come up with like direction for the Science Mission Directorate. So okay, let's just do Liberty Station master model. So this is a Liberty Station mock-up for prototyping station configuration. Updated 4/7/21. All right. All right, so Liberty Master model here. So what we need is to not have a truck attached to it because it doesn't have a truck attached to it right now. Get rid of that. Delete the fairing. Liberty 4. So what I think I'm going to do, guys, is come up just for better support for the lunar missions and stuff. I think I'm going to come up with a station expansion project, because I was thinking we should vote on like whether we're going to keep the Liberty program going, but the Liberty program is pretty much vital to going to the moon. So yeah, of course we have to keep it going. So I'm going to use some of the funding for our lunar missions to upgrade the station. I think that's, yeah, that's kind of just common sense right there. I kind of have to. So we're going to merge. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Delete the fairing. Send you some link in Discord for post-stream. Thanks, Novus. Yeah, big help. All right. Now... Nope. Where's the core node? Oh, there it is. All right. Okay, we can punch out the Sigma module there. Take the other station. There. Okay, so let me build out the station in the configuration that it's in right now. I had another Sigma module come up and attach that. We have the Dart docking adapter down here, so we can dock 2 darts at once. Just watch today's launch. How did you enjoy watching Stage 1 from the Stage 1 camera? It was awesome, dude. It's freaking fantastic. Now, we should go all the way up here and find the deep space upper stage, because that's... That thing doesn't have any fuel in it. And then the solar panels are deployed on this. Okay, and now I have the lunar transfer. The lunar transfer vehicle.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Attached to the Liberty 5 front node, like... Okay. Hey, Luke. 21-month resub. Thanks, man. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it clicked through again. 21 months. I've been subbed to EJ for almost 1/10 of your existence. Oh, thanks, Luke. Appreciate it. And then we have a transfer stage right here. There. Attached to the back, and the transfer stage doesn't have... Hang on. I gotta do something here real quick. Yeah, it didn't make the fairing. Okay. Okay, and then last but not least, we need a dart up here. Dart has its... Yeah, okay. I see how I had it. I had it in its master configuration for rollout for a new orbiter. And which orbiter is up there? Voyager actually is the one that's up there. Okay, cool. By the way, the draft for the fits is 50 and not 51. Okay, dig a channel out for it, Killer. If you want to do 50, do it. You should get a conduit out there, though, man. Okay, so this is the configuration that the station is in right now. So, what happened to 7? I missed that part. Huh? Huh? Okay. So. Oh, 7. That's Phoenix. It's on the ground, Josh. It just has... The tail is a little weird. I'm not going to fly it for now. Okay. So. Did you end up ever flying it? It flew into space, Josh, yeah, but on one of the missions coming back down, I rolled it and it damaged the rudder. I repaired it, but it doesn't have one of these rudders because the small delta wing isn't a construction part, so it has a modified tail, and I'm not going to fly it again unless... I'm not going to fly it again unless... Unless I can install that wing on it again. I think we should put a carbon copy of the core node on top of the existing... Carbon copy of the core node on top of the existing core node. Instead of having two upper stage type collars, only have one at the bottom and a dart type adapter on the top. Okay. So... we definitely need some type of extension. RV prototype. There we go. Now, why did it do that? Why didn't it run all the fairings? Here, maybe if we did it that way. Hey! Alright. 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 What? Okay, whatever. I don't know why it attached right the first time, but not the second time, but hey, it's okay. Oh. Loop, I'm not sure how to feel about this. And roll at 90 degrees. Oh. You want to do... Ooh. Okay. Gigantes on a running. Alright. Okay, I see what you're saying. So, we know we got to get rid of transfer stage 6. I know it's labeled as 5, but it's actually 6. So this is the configuration. I mean, with the DSUS there. I mean, ideally it would be nice to be able to refuel the thing. Okay, so what are the big things that we're looking for? I would really like a dedicated place for Sigmas to attach, but the right way to do this, the real big brain way to do this would be to make the Sigmas and the station modules basically have a standardized docking port, similar to APAS or a CBM. We can move the DSUS away for a little bit, gives them off and float it away. Alright. I mean, honestly, Rocket Guy, yeah. I actually think that an SSRMS would be an actually pretty good idea. If we're gonna do station upgrades. This doesn't need to be this crazy. So an SSRMS is a space station remote manipulator system. It's basically the robotic arm. Does robotic arm drift happen in 0G? Not 100%. I'm sure it would happen to some extent from docking and undocking things, Nuggets, but you won't get it on fizz load, but you'll definitely get it from docking and undocking stuff. So are you excited for KSP 2? Liam. And what kind of question is that, man? Why are we lagging so much? Send me what you want from the launch. I don't need anything from a launch, B. I'm good. Just go down and enjoy it, man. Loopy, I'm not sure we would absolutely need it, but it could be. You know what an arm would be useful for? If I had a docking port with a panel on it and a ladder, and a Kerbal could crawl onto that ladder and I could move them around to do station construction. That would be pretty neat. I'm also wondering, I know that the robotics can invert themselves sometimes if you, yeah, that's, you know what? We don't have the time for that right now. The robotics can sometimes invert themselves if you flip the hierarchy. So, like, if I undock the arm from one side and dock it somewhere else and then undock it so you to work like the real Canadarm, you could have some problems, and I don't want to do that. Do you have a Kerbal command chair? What? I don't know what that means. The external command seat. If you don't see it here, it's not up at the station. Let me grab a station prototype module here. This one. Oh, that doesn't have the right port on it. Okay. I'm gonna need to make some kind of custom module here. So let's go in here like this. Give me the docking ring adapter. Attach the docking ring adapter and get rid of the Sigma so I can get a closed docking port like this. Hey Snakes, what's up, dude? Good to see you again. Yeah. I'd rather design a purpose-built station around the arm, Loopy, than retrofitting one. But, yeah. Alright. So, we have... Okay. Docking port versus covered docking port, right? So... Give me that station prototype module again, and we're going to do some modifications to this thing. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Get rid of this. Just, that's temporary. This is just to, because of the engine plate. Alright, get rid of the batteries. Put that down there. Stupid engine plate, I hate you. I hate you, engine plate. Do we have a... I need something to 2.5. No. Nope. See, what I need is an extension module. So this station plate right here, we can dump that, and I could just straight up attach a different piece to it. Like that. And then we could use a Sigma to take that and move it up there temporarily. And then this could attach down here. And then there's the snacks module, like what Andy wanted. Give it a few more ticks in the fairing base. Yeah, Luby, yeah. That'll still work, yep. Okay, just leave that like that. Right? So now, this gives us another place to dock Dart, but the end of this module, right? I mean, this is nice, but I do like this. No, all right, let's just take that off for a second and then go. Okay. Got rid of the dang fairing. All right. Man, why does it do that? You'd want more docking, don't we? More or less, yeah. I'm trying to... All right, let me modify this a little bit. Right? Okay, so we don't need this. This module, bueno. Oh, that didn't work. Did chat get quiet? Yeah, they do. They often do when I'm building like this. Yeah, a 6-axis node would be nice, but I don't necessarily want that. We want to go full ISS with this thing. I mean, we could do it. Yeah, I would ideally want a 6-axis node here. Oh, crawdad, stop it. Stop it. Okay. Well, it wouldn't be a full ISS because we don't have a shuttle to make it, but... something like that, Muffin. Basically, I want an extension module down here. And the extension module, I wanted to have one of these ports right here so I can move this down, right? Right? So this will have it. I mean, it's basically going to be like Nauka. See, Nauka is a functional cargo block module, and then see how it has a T down at the bottom? You have a spherical node, right, with a downward port, a side port, and another port here. And then they could attach Prichel to that as well. I don't think it's meant to launch this month, Nug, but could be wrong. Okay, I'm gonna have to... I'm not gonna say that this module needs to be made from scratch, but... let's go over here, and let's go with... C. Constitution module. Functional block module for a Liberty style station. Updated 4/7/21. Okay, so let's start with... Okay, start with a Sigma here. Come on, Kerbal. Okay. So get rid of, not get rid of that, but close that, close that. All right, now we can get rid of the Sigma part of this. Get rid of the ESU, get rid of the monopropellant, and then inside of here, just keep the inventory stuff. We can just, I mean, it'll be used for storage and whatnot, so. And then monoprop, get rid of that too. Okay, so I'm gonna make this the root part here. Okay, excellent. Yeah, it's gonna launch in the summer on Proton. And now what I want is give me one of these station module, my original station module prototype. This thing. Get rid of that. Take this. Set that as root. Perfect. Nauka will only have one port at the end and one at the front, not a triple one. Am I missing something? That's not Nauka. Huh. Interesting. Well, in that case, then this will be more like Zarya. This will be a functional cargo block that resembles Zarya more than Nauka. Yeah, see? That's configurable. You freaking cheeky sons of guns. That's really smart, man. That's configurable. You can change it depending on what kind of functional cargo block you want to send up. You can change it. If it needs 3 A passes on it, you could put 3 A passes on it. If it needs nothing, you want to put a window there, that's fine. You want to put an airlock there, that's fine. Smart. Very smart. One side is a window, the other one is performing science in an unpressurized condition. I got it. Yeah, so the science module has modified versions of it, but it can do that. And then the DOS module, Zvezda, yeah, has a 3-axis node. So it's going to be more like Zvezda than anything. See that? 3 nodes up front. And if I'm remembering right from the Mir Core module, Kem, you could have 6 there if you want, like Prichal. In fact, Prichal is just this piece operating by itself, if I'm remembering that correctly. Right? It's starting to come back to me. Prichal is just one of those pieces sitting by itself with a bunch of docking ports on it. See? Smart. Dude, that's frigging smart. Prichal is very useful space core. What is space? Wanna go to space? Wanna go? Cosmos, 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 cosmos. Yeah, eto horosho, cosmos. Eto horosho, cosmos. Cosmos, horosho. Cosmos, 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 cosmos. You never finished a video with Prichal? What, the one that Rogozen-sama? Hey, Kuro. What? I love how everybody used the cruise ship thing. Everybody used the cruise ship thing as a way to flex on how good their spy satellites technology was. The Russians did it. We did it. The Europeans did it. Maxer did it. Everyone. Everyone's like, oh, we can see the cruise ship with our spy satellite. Look at how clear of a picture that is. And then the Russians, and then Dimitri's like, hey, look, yeah, see? Our old friend who caused so much noise in the Suez Canal has disappeared somewhere. Let's look. Oh, and there he is. He's not casually tracking the ship, Kem. He's inspecting it for damages. Everybody used it as just an opportunity to flex on how awesome their SpySat stuff was. Ah, here's Prichal. There it is. That's the module, that's the exact module we're looking at here. Oh, Dimitri loves to brag. Rightly so. He's a lot to freaking brag about, man. There it is. I mean, dude, Dimitri to Roscosmos is what Jim did for NASA, for real. If you guys looked at the absolute state of Roscosmos 3 years ago, it was junk. Rockets were malfunctioning. Fregat upper stages, Brizem stages were malfunctioning. And then, basically, the Russian government, the Duma said, yeah, stop doing that. And nationalize the program. The Duma is their is Congress, basically. I mean, the guy turned the space program around. He started their lunar program again. He's working with an MOU with China. I still think you should work with us, guys. But hey, I understand. I ain't gonna get mad about it. Okay. Yep, we're abandoning thread now. All right, cool. Alright, so... why did Jim leave NASA? He resigned. He didn't think he was the right man for the job with the new executive branch, rightly so. In order for NASA to work correctly, you need somebody to work with... you need somebody to have a close personal relationship with the guy in the White House. Jim said he wasn't the right man for the job, and he said, in order for NASA to run efficiently, it's better if somebody else take that position. That's more suited for this. That's basically friends with the president. Smart. It's the right move. That was the right move. It's actually nothing bad. Boris actually said to drink a pint of beer on April 12th. Right on, man. Good for him. Do we want the front end of Liberty that Dart docks to? How does this attach to the station? Yeah, see, Loopy, this is where this gets a little, well, weird. Correct, Nardog. Alright. When is Piers undocking from the ISS? I'm not sure. Kem? I would guess it's sometime very soon. Okay, so what's our 6-axis node again? This one. Oh, okay. Yeah, Nardog, you don't... Let's leave it at that, man, right? As soon as Nauka makes it to space safe and in working condition... Okay. So maybe flip the Liberty-based part around. This part? Alright, hold on. I need some type of adapter here. Give Liberty its dart port instead of the payload fairing. What, coming off the back of this? So... What, like that? It still doesn't really solve our the fuel thing that I'm trying to get around, Luke. Game doesn't like that. We want access ports on the Sigma base part anyway, right? Well, what's the problem we're trying to solve with this module actually? Shady, I need a better way to be able to, like, hold modules onto Liberty. Give me a moment. Okay. So, okay, I got this. All right, I got it. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Move this around. Take this. Yeah, it's like I had it. All right. Right? So this is a Constitution module. It's basically an extension module, right? It's not a science-based module. And then we could take this, right? Plop that on there. Dump that. And see, we'd need the inverse of this module. Slide a structural tube over the hab section for a different look. If it isn't doing... No, it's not that, Muffin. It's not that at all. What I ideally want is something where two transfer stages can dock to each other, right? And we could easily move the fuel between the two. That's the main functionality that I'm having trouble with. Yeah, that's the big one. I really just need a place where I can butt a transfer module here and another transfer module here and move the fuel between them. So, I mean, honestly, like we can obstruct the hatch. That's no problem. Now, I never liked this as a... Don't we want to put the receiving ports on the Sigma-based part of this module? Not necessarily, Loop. I'd ideally like some space between them, so we're gonna borrow... We could borrow some ideas from Mir. Like, space it out and then have another module over here. Or, well, as actually, Mir 2. What was Mir 2 supposed to look like? Yeah, see, something like that. I'm taking Western style modules and combining them in similar to like Russian style modules, to be honest with you. Yeah, see, Loopy, we could make something like this. Or we could power tower it up, too. We could always flip the modules of the hitchhiker docks to that core node. We could. Yeah, see, I'd want something like this. Okay, so I can have the windows on the side. They don't really need to be EVAing much out here, so I'm going to get rid of the flag. Get rid of the 1. My grandparents strut that. Maybe we don't want to have then. What we want is a 4-axis. Well, bear with me here, okay? So you're done with the Canadarm idea. It's shelved right now, Ryan. Shelved for now, man. We could build these fairings out. And we could combine them like that. Fuel line between the plates? Well, it goes fairing to fairing to fairing. as long as the docking ports are open, it should be fine. We should be able to cross-feed fuel. What? How did you close that on nothing? I don't think you were around for this feature, dude. They added the ability to just delete the end of the fairing. It does not make the fairing hollow, but you could... That's not a hollow fairing. It's still solid, but you can just end fairings right now like a cup if you want. Once again, still not hollow. You just still have to close it on something and move something behind it to make it hollow, but it still works. How would that look with the gold variant of the fairing? Look alright. Doesn't look bad. Actually, what I would want with these, Muffin, is regular struts. Holding them together. Oh, nice. It actually worked. I would want struts holding them together. Like that. And then I'd want this piece in 2x radial holding this together. But then again, hold on. Where's the grandparent strut going? Oh, it goes right back to this. Yeah, okay, we don't need that. We looking to future-proof this with some type of auxiliary ports for the arm if we ever add it. I could just add it with EVA construction, a grapple hook if we really wanted to, Muffin. Yeah, that was... I mean, dude, while you were gone off doing your thing, they introduced a lot of cool, small quality of life features, dude. Yeah. Now, how does this maneuver into position? Because I took the small part of the module off, it has no propulsion system. We have no fuel storage on this thing at all. And it has no prop. No monoprop at all. Huh. We also got to make sure that none of these have same vessel interaction out of the box, because it's going to go inside of a fairing and, well, yeah, that'd have been poorly. Started giving you the KSP itch again? Yep. It's got a probe core. That's why I wanted to keep the back loopy. So we got a probe core. And this thing is supposed to fly by itself. So what I can do for monoprop systems, that's actually a relatively simple problem to solve. There's your monoprop system pretty much figured out here. And if we want to dial this in, we can absolutely do that. What about a drone that maneuvers it into position and then comes back down? So that would be a Sigma. The Sigma is basically a service module that you can just do whatever with. Yeah, I have a module that can do that. You know what? I don't mind actually the default fairing, because that texture is kind of cool, but who knows? We can keep onboard monopropellant here, but I really don't like storing monoprop inside of a pressure vessel. That's really not ideal. I'd prefer to store them like out here, pressure vessels, ideally outside of the pressurized part. We could always turn the module 45 like this, right? And I don't mind that, as long as it's not interfering with this or anything. And then, so we could save this module out. All right, hang on. Let me just do some calculations real quick. So that's where our center of mass is, right? Get rid of that for a second. So we can dial in the RCS if we're going to do this right, like that. There we go. And then we can take this and we can move this to the length of my thruster block there, give or take, right? So that's about right. And now where I need my forward thruster block is, well, basically the same distance forward if we want this to work correctly. If we want the RCS to be nice and balanced, that thruster block basically needs to be over here. This way the module would be nice and balanced. I don't think we can make monoprop fuel cells in this, can you? Kind of feels like we need a fuel depot module that we can dump all the spare fuel that comes through. Well, I could always attach one right here. You know, we could always attach one here, attach one here, attach one off the bottom of the station. It's totally doable. You can also leave the front cluster where it is. Yeah, actually, Loopy, that's probably a better solution. So let's measure. So if we're double the distance, right? If we're double the distance away from the center of mass, that would mean these modules, if they were right here, they would be at 50%, right? If that one's at 100% thrust output, and it's one I-beam, one 200 I-beam away from the center of mass, if this is 200 I-beams away, that would be 50% thrust, right? But it's a little less than that. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to move that into position, and that's where that RCS block is. That's the distance. Now, I need to measure how long this distance is, right, versus that distance, okay? So, check this out. Let's go in here like this and add an I-beam to the front of the module, right? If we add one to the front, it's obviously going to increase the... I was going to say, it's going to increase the length. It's picking up something out here as total vehicle length. That's bizarre. Alright, well, no matter. So we move this forward. Length is at 8. So if I add this to the front, and that moves to 9.6, if I dial it back just a little bit, right? One tick. Okay. That means one of these things is 1.6 meters, okay? So now, if I move this in one tick every time, it goes down by 10 centimeters, all right?
Discovery, go and
so
throttle up.
we need to see how many ticks this is, right? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 1. So we're at 9.6. So we should get this to 9.1. Okay. Glass Pelican, 33-month resub. Well, actually, I would need to get it here. And then we'd need to put another one out here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. Okay, 10.7. So we're at 8.0 to 10.7. And now that's the exact distance that we are from the center of mass. What's the distance there? So 9, 10.7. Okay, so we're 2.7 meters as opposed to 1.5. So now we need to figure out where the thrust limiting should be. It's more than 50. So Glass, hey, thanks for the 33 months, dude. It's more than 50 here, right? It would be like 60, I think, if I'm doing that math right. I've got a trick. I'm already doing it. I think 60 would be enough. Yeah, outward facing engines, Loopy. That would also be another way to do this. You're right. If we wanted to be exact. I mean, we measured it, right? Let's see. I rounded, so mine might not be exact. So get rid of this. Get rid of that. That's more or less right on. I shouldn't have moved it. We should keep it exactly where it was. So if we wanted to do it the way that you were talking about, what we'd do is I'd take one of these, right? Put that there. And then we'd take one of these guys. Right? And then bring up our center of thrust indicator, right? If I move this directly onto the RCS block, and it is lined up because everything is using absolute, right? 0.59 is the right setting for a linear ratio. I actually think 60 is... I did the math off the top of my head, but this way we'll be able to tell us as well. So we take that engine, and then we move it so the thrust transform is aligned with the long axis here, right? The major axis of the vehicle. And then do literally the exact same thing. Over here, move this into position. Align the thrusters, right? We're aligned with the long axis, right? And then take this thrust limiter, right? This is an easier way to do it, believe it or not. Damn, I'm good. I was actually pretty damn close in my estimation. 62 is the right reading. More or less. What flight stick do you use for Kerbal? Logitech Extreme 3D Pro. I keep it simple with my flight setup. Cool. Yeah, some of you used 1.5 and some of you used 1.6. Yeah, if you're using 1.6, it's gonna be different than using 1.5 for the initial length of one of these beams. But yeah, 60 is right on the money. That's... I mean, look, we're pointed right through. Cool. That's a good way to do that. That's a good trick. Not on this axis, J-Speed, no. If the added mass and the engines and the thrust limiter are all on the same axis, and we're all looking at it from this angle, it should be fine. I'll try spinning. That's a good trick. I know we're in trouble. Just hang on. I'm in danger. All right, dudes, that's pretty money right there. Good. Yeah, we don't need to limit those. Those can be at 100. And then honestly, you know, well, we did take our center of mass calculations, right? But see, here's the problem. Our center of mass moves if we drain monopropellant. But this should be good enough for the onboard stabilizers to compensate. Should be just fine. This thing is going to fly remotely, so it does need an antenna. Power? Should we use it to install more solar capacity at the station? Well, we have... Do I have the big Gigantors unlocked? I do. But do we want to put the Gigantors over the windows? I really don't, actually. Well, since we added this, we're going to have to redo that RCS calculation, but... Huh. Are these gigantic solar panels a construction part? Holy... Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, alright. They're a construction-only part. This part cannot be placed in a storage container, but can be manipulated in EVA construction. Ooh. That's super freaking handy. Okay. Alright, well that's good to know. I don't really particularly like that module being right there, but... Yeah, we could attach them anywhere in a stowed position homing and then move them. I actually think that's really cool. That's super useful. I don't want to... The right spot, guys, would be to put them over the windows, but I don't want to put them over the windows, you know? Yeah, Victory's similar to that, yeah. But see, depending on how this docked, right? These solar panels would be either aligned with Liberty, with the Liberty modules, right? There would be Liberty 4 and Liberty 5 right here, and then a Dart would dock right here, and that wouldn't fit. So if we docked it the other way, that would mean that these modules are aligned with the major axis of the station. I'll just move the docking ports. Simple solution, mount the panels to the station in a way that makes sense after docking. Alright, well, let's go up here. Liberty Station master model, right? Oops. Frick. I mean, just pretend that the fairing is there, okay? That's definitely gonna mess with how Dart is supposed to dock to the station, and I'm not into that. Look what I found. It's about the power module. Oh. Ooh. No, how dare you ask me to use my imagination? Sorry, I'm sorry. Okay. So there's Nauka. Power module. What's SM? What is this one? Apparently they already tested the pressurized compartment for it. Oh. Wow. Alright, well that's neat. I don't think that should be the permanent installation for the solar panels. I don't even think we should have solar panels on this one. I'll come up with a more permanent solution there. Some other time. I think like this should be just fine. Just I wonder if making the modules like not mouse over. I wonder if that gets them to... Nope. I don't know how I got this thing to attach with all the modules, and I can't do it again. It's really weird. Some type of weird thing going on there. You could create adapter section for your shuttle to adapt to. Well, the Constitution module is going to go down here. Yeah, I don't want those solar panels there. Get rid of them. And that's going to basically look like that. There we go. If I have a transfer stage here, though, it's going to get in the way of a dart docking. So this thing needs to be transverse. It needs to be like this. See, okay. This is fine. Another thing, though. Couldn't you add 2 more nodes to the Constitution module so you can add moon tugs on it and refuel them? That's what these nodes are for, RJ. 1 and 2. This is a logistics module. And then this thing... The dart adapter can go there. I'm working on station upgrades to help me do the lunar missions a little bit easier, T-Man. Just... Okay. I mean, that's not what it's going to look like, but alright. I think if you remove the solar panels before trying to merge the model in, the fairing might work. Okay. Why would the solar panels make a difference? Genuine question. Back to story. Oh, man! You suck. This is just a mock-up, so I'm not too incredibly concerned. Yeah, okay. So, the next problem that we have to kind of figure out here, guys, is, here. Maybe if we backroute it. Sometimes this does it, Lou. Nope. Just go with that for now. Alright. So, another problem that I'm having with the station is... Well, I suppose I could just undock them and attach them down here. Yeah. I mean, if this thing docks this way, I don't have a problem with this, but... Okay, so here's my thing. The transfer stage, this vehicle right here, okay? I originally designed it to just basically... We never designed this thing to go to the station. That wasn't the plan. The plan was for this to just...
Discovery, go at throttle.
It was never designed to dock to the station. It was just to go up there, stay in orbit, we send another module up, attach it here, right? And then they leave the dart in space, right? They just leave it floating around in hibernation mode, and then, you know, we go. I never intended for it to work with the station. Now I'm wondering... Hey, Jam, 73 months. Thanks, buddy. For another day, Ryan, yeah. One upgrade at a time, buddy. Huh. We always end up having to transfer fuel, etc., etc. Now, my question is... Oh, well, this will give me the ability to... Yeah, we could have a dart dock. Yeah, we could have 2 darts dock to this thing and transfer fuel around, but... Yeah, I mean... It also gives me kind of a storage area for the deep space stages if we need that as well. Correct, Ryan. Maybe if you exit the editor and go back, well, you try to save and reload then. Yeah, that might do it. Usually that doesn't though, but... Yeah, it didn't like it. It didn't like it. I'm thinking about how this could all go together better. So, like, the transfer stage is here. The problem is we keep needing to transfer the fuel from the transfer stages, right? Can we move the entire lunar transfer vehicle to the bottom part and use it to extract the dart docking port adapter and then transfer fuel through the DSS, through the deep space stage? I'm thinking. I mean, monopropellant's always at a freaking premium, and we're still going to need sigmas to attach to this. I think the sigma port should stay dedicated up here. Yeah, we're going to need to extract the adapter. And then on top of extracting the stupid... Oh, no. Yeah, we could use that to do it, but we need monopropellant to make that happen. Or we could just get a sigma up here. The sigma could do it, move it up here temporarily, and we could go. I'd want this port up here for sigmas. That's the right move. Yeah, okay. We could use the root, yeah. Mm-hmm. Alright, get these off of here. This module needs some permanent solars of its own, not gigantors, or else it runs out of battery in transit. That's right. You know what? You know what just dawned on me? It's probably not a good idea to have your RCS blowing into the pressure vessel that supplies it. Just, you know, just putting it out there. That's probably not a good idea. Is the transfer stage for going to the moon? I already answered that, Ryan. If you're gonna ask me a question, man, I understand that you might have to go away from the computer every once in a while, dude, but you gotta bear with me, man. I'm answering a lot of people's questions all at once, dude. It's not a bug, homing pigeon. It's kind of more of beyond what the game wants. What I'm asking, what like Kerbal understands. That's kind of where we're at with that, man. Okay. I got a crazy idea. I'm not going to save that just in case. So, go back over to my station module prototype. Get rid of those. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And now, what we do is take these, right? Set our interstage nodes again. Move this sucker back into position. I know it's going to require an RCS rebalance, but we'll be all right. I kind of like this way a little bit better, because this gives us more areas for this. Any chance you could give an overview of the major crafts currently in service by switching to the tracking station for a minute? No. I'm kind of in the middle of something, Crafty. What do you want to know? Yeah, that looks dumb. I don't like it. I like the other way. Yeah, this looks better. I have Liberty 4 Crafty up there. We have Dart. dock to Liberty 4, whatever's convenient I meant to add. Like, I don't know what you mean. What do you... Liberty 4 is the big thing up there. That's my anchor point. Yeah, Loopy, I'm not... It didn't... It wasn't what I was picturing. You know what? I'm gonna get rid of these. We don't need them. These are grandparents strutted to that. Okay, cool. Save. Yeah, that's fine. We just gotta configure around the pressure vessels a little bit. So there we go. Sorry for disturbing the engineering group. No, I just don't understand what you want me to, what you want to see. Like, that's all. Don't worry about it. It's all good, man. I hate that. I hate it. I hate it. It looks terrible. What is this for? Station extension. It's designed to fit in a fairing, Vulcan. It's, yeah, fairings all day, dude. Yeah, this will fit inside Freedom 10, no problem. Alright, I think we're good. This is good. Is this with our original balanced design? It is. Alright, close out the monopropellant. And then I'm going to do something that I normally don't do. So take this. Toggle RCS thrust. It's just a good habit to get into this. I don't need this thing if I need to steer the second stage. I don't need these things just firing all over the place. We should have them closed out until the thing separates. And then just shut them off. Did that backwards. Perfect. I had an idea for flags in EVA construction, attachment markers. I actually like that, Hillness. That's a pretty cool idea. Actually, you know what? That actually gave me... I had an interesting thing, and I was thinking about this the other day. You could use flags in the front of a pod, like right in front of the window, have a flag that's a crosshair, right? And then have a station, have a flag that's a crosshair on the station, and you line them up so you could get really precise docking. I thought about that the other day, and you actually reminded me of that. That's a good idea. You could also use it as a pitch indicator. Crazier ideas have been had. Demo. Why do you rotate the module and don't use F? I always try to make sure that I'm moving something Asterion on the same axis as world orientation. So I'll always rotate the module. So like, for instance, if I wanted to attach a parachute right here, right? And I wanted to make sure that that's nice and uniform with everything else, right? Right, we'd attach that, right? And then say I wanted another parachute over here like this, right? I can place it there. It'll probably work. But if I want to be sure that that thing is 100% symmetrical, I select absolute. And I'll rotate it around. And that way I placed it in the exact same way that I placed that. And I know for a fact they're 100% symmetrical. That's how I like playing. It's just a good habit to get into to when you're building something. It's a good habit to get into when you're building something. I always try to align stuff up and down. So align to absolute orientation, which is a nice way of saying world axis orientation. So it aligns to the front, top, and bottom, left and right of the SPH. And I always build with absolute. If you look at any space station module, here, we'll look at Nauka, for instance. Look at Nauka. Every module, like space station modules, Falcon 9 first stages, core stage, or whatever, everything is on processing rings. See these rings right here? That's so they can rotate the thing. So when they're installing a component, they're putting it, like, first of all, it moves different components around so it's at hand height so you can work on it, so you don't need some kind of crazy jig to go up here and attach stuff. You just rotate the thing, and then you could use like a floor jack to install a component. Now, I don't do this just because, oh, they do it in real life. No. That's not why I do that. I do this because, well, it's for the same reason, believe it or not. It's just the reason is different. I want to align with the force of gravity. They use it to align with the force of gravity, right? I do it because I'm using it to align with world orientation. I don't necessarily have gravity in here, right? But I always work with the world orientation because it's easier that way. Yeah, I mean, you could look at Nauka. See this? Basically down here, there's a little tire, right? And that tire moves, right? And it moves the rail. You could look at Nauka, the Russian module. You could look at Falcon 9's inside of the horizontal integration facility. So this is SpaceX's stuff here, and look, rings, processing rings, for the exact same reason, dude. They roll these processing rings, and you could flip it over, you could turn it like on a rotisserie. So if you need to, for instance, install a leg, right? Instead of like turning a leg sideways, right, and trying to install it on the booster sideways, right? You just put the thing on a floor jack, turn the booster into position, roll the leg underneath it, jack it up, and attach it. Simple. You got to keep it simple when it comes to this stuff, because it's frigging rocket science. It's a pain in the butt. But yeah, most integration works like that. It's not just Falcon 9s. Delta 4 boosters when they're in processing, Atlas boosters when they're in processing. Check this out. If we look at ULA's Decatur facility, here's Vulcan. Vulcan is the brand new rocket that they're working on right now. That's the Vulcan Pathfinder. Look, there it is. Same thing. It doesn't matter what country. Everyone does this. It's just easier. See that? And once again, I don't do this just because, oh, the professionals do it. I do it for a similar reason. Aligning with world orientation makes for very precise movements. They do it because it's easier to install something right there than to like climb up a ladder and install it on the side, you know? But yeah, that's why I do it. See, when I installed the letters, I know I installed the letters using world rotation. Now, if I take them and I move them, right? I can move it like this. You can move it into position, right? Like that if you really want to. But see, now I actually made a mistake here. Check this out, dude. Look. The C and the 1 aren't aligned. So I know if I snap the 1 to absolute right here, right? And then I move it down into position, right? And then we move to the C over here, right? And I do the same thing with the C, right? We snap it to absolute. Now I know they're perfectly aligned. See? And I also use that for lining up flags and stuff. So all the text is correct. You can get pretty crazy with it. You can do, I have a flag pack, right? That's just a bunch of letters, right? And you can do it, and you can write words on the sides of your modules. Like that's a Liberty module. This one's a Constitution model. I don't have enough space to put Constitution on there, so I'm just gonna put C instead. But see, check it out. You can paint up your modules and make them look cool. Yeah, we still need some solar panels, I know, Luffy. What I was thinking, and this is why I did this the way that I did, is get me a single set of 1x6s, and then, you guessed it, there it is. Yeah, Flankin, yeah. Mm-hmm. There it is. All right. So, where's my antenna? Did I get rid of it? Write the entire preamble. I'm good. This module should be able to use that. That shouldn't be a problem. We should be able to use the 4 antennas. It's not going very far. We need the worm on the silver section. So, Mysterion, you can actually, if you're on any of the cardinal directions in the SPH, so any one of these arrows, you can still use it and it aligns it on the same axis, right? There it is. Okay. You remember about 50% of it? What is it, Illness? We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and ensure the blessings of liberty, do ordain or establish this Constitution of the United States of America. Boom! Couldn't remember it the other day. Couldn't remember it. I remembered it now, though. No, I didn't. I said that part, didn't I? All right. Let's go. What did I miss? I'm working on a space station extension module, Jim, to make going to the station a little bit easier for Dart and a bunch of other things. Yeah, I just want to make it so I can have 2 darts up at the space station and the transfer module. The transfer module was never originally designed to go with the station, right? Because the Luna 1 mission had Dart docking to the module, and then we left Dart in orbit. And then between Luna 1 and Luna 3, we decided that sending Dart up to the station and then having the vehicle dock there was a better solution. So we're going to do that. I'm spoken like a true Bostonian. Yeah. Yeah. So what I'm going to do with the antennas here is I'm going to extend them. No, you know what? Yeah, extend antenna. We'll bind it to one. Nah, you know what? We're going to have to do it manually, but it's fine. Is that fuel tanks underneath the fairing? No, it's just inventory spots. Okay. I think we're good, guys. Anybody? Anything? Is there anything else? I hate it. Redo it. Okay. Take that as a yes. Lights? Nah. It's got... Boop. The batteries are embedded in the back here. See? And we'll have the Dart module attached here so you can attach the Dart. Okay. Can we download the flag pack somewhere? Yeah. Yeah, of course you can. Right there. Sufficient storage of all the things? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. We don't need to bring up anything with this. I mean, I suppose extra pack fuel would be fine. But this module is going to serve as a transfer module. So, like, I could dock a transfer stage to this thing, right? And then we could have, like, the DSUS over here. And then the transfer stage could dump its fuel, dump the remaining fuel into this, if it needs to. Small docket. We could always do that in construction mode, dude. I could attach one right there for construction mode. I purposely left these spots open, demo, for that exact thing. Yes, Thomas, the spurring bearings are directly aligned. All right, let's launch this. This mission, get this off here. Oh boy. Oh crap. You know what? At this point, I don't think these even need to have fairings. No, they're good. Let me just make sure we're not colliding. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't mind it. It's good. Yeah, we don't need these to have built fairings either. It's, yeah, pretty much perfectly lined up. All right, cool. Save this. Gonna reroute it to over here. Let's go back to the main payload fairing craft file. Then we're going to merge it. Make sure there's no same vessel collision going on here. Oh, what's this doing here? We don't need that. We already have one down here. There's no need for 2 hex on there. What is its wet mass? 5.4. Yeah, it's from the Sigma, but yeah, I know. We can get rid of it. We don't need it. I don't need it. I definitely don't need it. I need it! You know, because I redid the hierarchy. We gotta do that. Because I made this root part. These aren't grandparents strutting to the hitchhiker anymore. They're grandparents strutting to that. Because the hierarchy is reversed. So, yeah, this way should be better. Okay? Alright, we're good. Back over to the payload fairing for the 3rd time. Back up to the Constitution module here. I gotta make sure those struts were run correctly. They were. Okay. Now, Asterion, I don't know if you're still here, but see, if you want to get a little fancy with the strut work, this is the way to do it. Attach the struts in the same workflow every time by aligning, and you can get some really nice looking strut work there. Stuff that looks realistic, and it looks like real payload attachment fittings. Hey Zonic, how goes things? Interview went well yesterday, and references were requested, so looking good. Good, man. That's a good thing. Okay. Alright, guys. Let's go build a stack. Now, I have 3 Freedom's 10 cores lying around. I think it's about time for this mission, because I'm using funds from the lunar missions to do this mission. I think we should use a reused core. That's the right move. I think that's the right idea. So I'm going to need the stage recovery vehicle out here. And we already have a first stage crane out here, or the first stage rover. That's the Freedom 7 adapter truck. That's the pad. Did we need to replace the crane? I think the crane was drifting. Should we first prepare the station? Yeah. Alright, we gotta relocate some docking adapters. Where are we gonna relocate them to, though, Loopy? Huh. Okay. Alright. We'll tap off some monopropellant here. When's the next crew change for the station? Actually, very soon. This crew is going to come down in 292. So these guys only have 20 more days up in space. So actually, one of the next streams, we should do a rotation mission. I should send another dart up here. But that's after we reconfigure the station. Okay, we're gonna pop this off. Yes, of course. We grease the reciprocating synchro bearing mesh, the transmission. Monoprop's at a premium up here, so I'm trying to be very, very careful. Is this crafter docking? Is this based on Dragon XL? It's more like a Centaur stage than anything, Zonic. Careful. We have soft cap. Bingo. Okay. Hey, get back here. Alright, so now we need to take the Dart docking port and move it temporarily to the back of the transfer stage. Okay. Does that thing have fuel in it? It doesn't. I'm gonna need to fire this stage one last time. Alright, here. We'll proportion this correctly by putting some fuel in here. I think I missed some parts. Sorry if my questions are repetitive. Don't worry about it, Tink. What's up? What happened with your Minus probe? Mission failed. I was time warping to try and get everything there at once, Tink, and I made too many... I was trying to make too many things happen at once, dude. And, I hit warp to maneuver node, but I clicked through my orbital trajectory and I warped to a maneuver down my orbital path. Long story short, I time warped. I had both of the things arriving at Minmus and circularizing at the same time, and one of them ran out of fuel before it circularized, so I needed to get the lander to the probe so I could boop the lander, or boop the probe to circularize it. It just needed to slow down just a little bit. And I adjusted, and I time warped. I was trying to time warp to the rendezvous, and I misclicked, and I clicked on a trajectory. I clicked on the trajectory that it would be after it got thrown out of Minmus orbit. I clicked through, and I hit time warp to maneuver, and both of them shot out of Minmus orbit, and I time warped like 30 days into the future. Lost both of them. They're still floating out there. I failed, and I took a rep hit for it. One of them, the lander is still savable, the relay is unsavable. I should, frankly, just mark it as debris. I should be able to get the lander back, though, but the correction burn is coming up, probably next stream. That sucks, but it 100% sounds like user error. It is, but it also isn't. So, like, it would be like if I did this, right? And I was clicking to make a maneuver, and I clicked on it, and it said make maneuver, and it made a maneuver on this line instead of this line. Yeah. It selected a conic that was 50 days in the future. Quick save revert? Nope. I know click-through is a thing, so it's my own fault. It's just how it is, guys. That's just, yeah, it is what it be. I was going too fast. I should have checked. Actually, an arm would make this really nice. We don't need more monopropellant to do it. It's no problem. I'm thinking, Loopy, should I attach it to the back of Voyager? Like, we could attach it to the back of Voyager. Yeah, we'll pop it off this way. Gotta be careful with that monoprop. Gotta be careful with the monoprop here. Okay, we'll go for the final dock here. Okay, stand by for soft capture. Okay. Station is configured. No problem, Frank. That's cool. Alright, we dropped off some extra fuel at the DSUS. And transfer stage 6 will officially end its mission. I'm going to transfer its monoprop back in over here. And this thing will now deorbit. It does have 600 delta V, but let's wait until we get into the right phase here. We shouldn't outgas this close to the station. Let's wait a couple of orbits here. Okay. So long. All right. Now we're configured. So the real thing is that how are we going to reattach this correctly? That's my kind of... We'd need something to pluck this off the back and reinstall it into the right position, but that's okay. That's not a problem. I'm not worried. Okay, we've freed up the Nadir port here on the Liberty Core module. When the next Sigma comes up, I'll just use the DSUS to do it, Loopy. Yeah, we'll just use the DSUS. I'll use the upper stage. We'll put it to use. It can do it if I fill it up with some monoprop. We have plenty of prop on the station. Dart could do it when it arrives for crew rotation. Yep, alright. Station is configured. Well, that's a Sigma resupply vehicle, Swishio. We can do that. The Deep Space Upper Stage. It's a stage that's designed to go deep into space. That's derived from my transfer stages. All right. Well, of course, Swishio. All right, guys, are we ready? Let's check the contracts just in case. Extract ore from the moon and deliver it back to Kerbin. Those are money sinks. Crane does need to be recovered and replaced, yes. Let's go out to the crane and see. Now, the pad is... It's funny because the pad is really bent out of shape. Like really bent out of shape. I'll show you. There's a lot of pieces on that thing that are really broken. Crane included. Is the dirt pyramid dockside near the bridge someone's house or an open lot? Huh. This stuff's starting to bend all out of shape. I might recover the crew access tower just for the time being. Yeah, just for the time being. I don't know whose pyramid that is, guys. I'll be honest with you. I have no idea. How many darts do you have? 4. passing. I gotta find a better solution that doesn't have these hydraulic pieces so it doesn't break all the time. But I'm just not exactly sure what would be a better solution, man. This pad has done 10 launches. The crane has done 5. Yeah, pretty nuts. Also, what I'm gonna do is I gotta check to see, did it fuse? I can't tell. Lebless.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Whoa, Alex, thanks, man. That was 10 subs. Thanks, buddy. Crew access tower has been out since Liberty 5 crew. So, 1, 2, 3. Or no, it would be Luna 3 launch 3. So only 2 launches. I mean, Rocket Guy, I think that might be the right solution. Have you seen this? What's that, Jim? Oh, the Starlink train. Cool. Akira-san. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa, minasai. Yeah, they're fused. Alright, recover this thing. That port always fuses. I don't know why. It just always does. Honestly, the whole pad could do with a refresh. No, we don't necessarily need the full folding platforms. Maybe we should redo the crew access tower to have... Well, maybe we should make it more like a fixed structure. Yeah, honestly, guys, I think we should... The whole pad could do with a refresh. I mean, look at this thing. This thing is really, really broken. Or we could push the envelope with this. The pad key, I mean, oh, jeez. The pad is really, really upset with me. I mean, the rails are all bent out of shape. How does your crew get up the access tower? They get into a command chair that's right here. And I transfer them up there. There's an elevator. Did Phoenix ever fly after the last repair? No. It is pretty much good to go. Phoenix is good to go, except it has a weird looking tail. Yeah, I'm not sure if the weird tail is going to affect its flight performance too much. I don't think it will, but I'm not going to risk it. Yeah, if they have an extended construction thing, then I'll put it back into... We'll put it back into use. Now, the last time I used the pad this much, so it's... Actually, that thing's been through 9 launches. What was that? What was it before? That went through 11. What happened to it? It just gets used. Parts in KSP drift over time. They just drift and they bend. It's because of the fizz joints. What's that, Wildland? Oh, well, those pictures don't suck. Yeah, those are pretty cool. What happened to it? Phoenix. It had a problem. I was taxiing it back to the runway, and I turned, and the landing gear glitched out, and it flipped it over, and the tail hit the ground, and it crashed, and I had to fix it. What do you guys think? Just put the... I mean, the crane is pretty much in op at this point. It can't build Freedom 10s because it's... look at how much it's bent out of shape. Time for a new pad. Okay. If we do a new pad, yeah, we're gonna need to, that's what we're gonna do for the rest of the night. Refurb the pad. That's fine. Yeah. I'll refurb the pad tonight. No problem. For Phoenix, going to outfit and reflight, retire. Well, Rocket Guy, here's the thing. It's got a different vertical stabilizer. These small Delta wings aren't a construction part. So I rebuilt it with a structural wing D right there. And if I'm looking at this right, this should be occluded by the fairing, but I'm not sure how much that's going to affect performance during re-entry. It should be okay, but if it's one thing that I've learned from doing all this, should be is not a good idea to go off of. Should be fine. No, you should probably be sure. Yeah, Karate, you're damn straight, man. Alright, so we'll recover this because that has a fused port. Yeah, going back to the Minecraft question, guys, I don't know whose pyramid thing that is. I don't think there's anything useful inside of there. I looked in there this afternoon. There's really nothing in there. Well, I don't... Rocket Guy, the developers said that they would add more construction parts. This is right from Maximal. They said they would add more construction parts in the future. They said I'm basically SOL until the next patch, which, all right. Okay, recover my crane. I'll recover the pad. We got 10 launches out of that pad. Pretty good. And we'll recover the crew access tower. Alright, so we'll refurb the pad in preparation for a lot of launches here. Alright. And we gotta get the bus out here. We gotta get the bus out here with the construction crew. Because we need to extend all these rails. You could expand it also for the Luna missions. What do you mean? Football players now. I mean, Canadian and everybody else, that pyramid, I don't know. We should level that terrain for more player housing. Because I don't know who made that. This is why, like, guys, when you put something down, place a sign so I know. Is there anything that we could upgrade the pad with? I don't think there really is. I don't think we really need to upgrade anything. I think the pad works just fine. What I do want to do is upgrade the crew access structure. I think it would be easier if we had some a fixed service structure of sorts. But then again, that will drift out of the way. Everything will just drift. Nice victory. There you go. Okay, Meslin. Yeah. I don't want to rest the bottom of the fuel tanks on the ground, Loopy. If a Kraken strike happens, we're basically screwed. Demo, Freedom 10 and Freedom 7 are all we really should be using right now, dude. You know, yeah, I don't want to change anything. Let's just roll with it. So this is probably the last time we will put this out here. But yeah. Let's get her done.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Phillies, what's up? 66-month resub. You look really focused. No, I'm just... We're going to ramp up for a lot of launches, guys. There's going to be... We've done all the talking. All the talking is finished. So, I have... Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have 12 launches that we have to figure out over the next... like 2 weeks. That's a lot of launching. I'm just making sure that all of our foundations are good to go. You know what I mean? Perfect. "2018, be there." Mayor, you remember when we watched Jim Gavin say that? And we were like, wow, 2018, how long is that? That's like 2 years away. You remember that? Yeah, Loopy. So actually, yeah, we have 15 launches. That's a lot. We have a lot of manifest here. Yeah, Element, right? Seems like it was a long time ago. Okay, now we're going to need to use Kerbal Construction to go ahead and attach these parts. Man, it's a lot. I think for our next... Okay, so while I'm doing construction, we can kind of talk about this. I think for the next pad design, guys, I might opt for a mobile launcher. Yeah, I think that might be the right move. I feel uncomfortable between all these long-term subs. But yeah, what can I say? These boys have been pretty... Boys and girls, I should say, have been pretty loyal to me. I appreciate it. I'm happy to keep making people's days better. You know? There's too much caca in this world, man. And sometimes I perpetrate. Sometimes it's me. Whoops. Sorry. Loyalty, what's that? Don't worry about it. Glebless, Herbal, Lenny, John Doe, Suzuki. Man, we're gonna need to recruit more Kerbals soon. That's 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. Herpa derpa doo. We could save fuel tanks and such, but swap out the rest. Yeah. No. We don't need to do that. All right, so we're gonna have to use a little bit of Kerbal construction here. Yeah, I mean, Mayor, that's okay. That's fair. Bonk. Right. How do you put things in the Kerbal's inventory? We got to do some construction work. See, I got to take these I-beams and I got to lay them out. I'm not sure what's doing that. It's something with the hierarchy. It doesn't like it. You got your first dose today. Congratulations. Last step's a doozy. Nice. The Gerda's auto-strutted? No. It shouldn't be. Stop your wiggling! Stop it! Stop your wiggling! How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your wiggles? Well, Loopy, it's letting me node attach this time, oddly enough. Yeah, it's letting me node attach. So node attach should... Do you know if anything cool is happening at the Cape in June? Probably. Plum, I don't know what the rocket launch schedule is next week, let alone in June. It's always in flux, dude. All the time. It's always in flux. Right? Launches scrub, launches move around. It always happens. Every time, dude. You'll probably be in Florida in June. Cool. We gotta get 7 Kerbals up near here so I can do the construction. Getting your Lego shuttle today? Cool. I just don't want these things wiggling around when the Kerbals are near. Once I put all the beams in place, Spartans, it should be fine. And by should be, it will. It will be fine. I've dealt with this before. It's happened. Sheesh. This thing's being weird today, man. Yeah, it's alright. Nice, Selfish. That's cool. Hellfish, are you... Have I talked... Dude, and forgive me if this is one of those things. I've talked to you. Yeah, you sent me all the stuff on Discord. I got you on Discord, dude. I got to tell you something. I have a project in the works that I thought you would want to know about in the future. Thought I'd just pop in and say, hey. All right, Jackery. Well, hey, congratulations, buddy. It's one step closer to normalcy, right? Yeah, I don't think anybody hates Travis Pastrana, Loopy. Oh, I am intrigued. Nice one, sister. You had barbecue? Awesome. All right. Can't get at that thing. It's too real, Dave. Stop. Stop. It's too real. What is this truck carrying? Do we have any struts or anything in there? Oh, I do. So part of what was making these not work well last time is part of what was not making this work, like these things, making these bend out of shape, I should say, is they weren't strutted, they bend. So if I do something like this, and that should make this better. But see, what we got to do is we got to take the struts, right? Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. This stuff will get stuck. It's not a good idea. The crane will get stuck on this. It won't be able to roll into position. So maybe if I just leave those there for a second, right? And then we move these into position so the crane has a good stopper. It should be fine. This should help keep all this stuff from moving around. And like I said, this is the kind of pad construction that we have to do to set this all up, get it all back to working order. Have the crawlers been updated internally since they were built for Apollo? Yes. Yeah. Yes, basically they have. How detailed do you want me to go? Crawlers were built in the mid 60s. They were built by a steam shovel company. I forget the exact name. Steam shovel company out of the Midwest. Somebody can Google it. And they did all the Apollo missions, and then they were just maintained throughout the shuttle missions. They carried over into the shuttle missions. Marion Power Shovel, that's it. And they were basically maintained all throughout the shuttle program. And then in the late 2000s, both of the crawler transporters, CT-1 and CT-2, were scheduled to be refurbished, ground up refurbed for the Constellation program, refurbished and upgraded. And they used CT-1 to finish off the shuttle missions, and CT-2 started being taken apart and refurbished in like 2007, 2008. They were going to fully refurbish CT-1, but they didn't. And CT-2 completed refurbishment like 10 years ago or something like that. It's an Alco 216 diesel, Loopy. Yeah, they're Alco 216s, man. Diesel. Heavy diesels, man. Those are locomotive diesels. Like, they make like 3,000 horsepower or something. It's something... Is it a 251? I could have sworn it was 216, but you just probably Googled it, so it's fine. When hop? At least a week out, Slatterbart. So they were going to refurbish both the crawlers for the Constellation program, but got through one, and then the funding got cut, so CT-1 has been basically sitting there doing nothing. CT-2 was used to move the mobile launcher to the pad for SLS a couple of years ago. It's a V16. Maybe that's where I got the 16 from. Yeah, they're locomotive. I mean, the crawler transporter is basically two locomotive chassis taped together with a steam shovel. Like lattice built around them. It's two Alco locomotives, basically. I mean, they are kind of on a custom chassis, but they use similar engines. The diesel electric generators are, Loopy's right, they're lifted right off of a locomotive. It's two locomotives being put together. And you have two engines in there for redundancy because you don't want that thing breaking down. Each crawler is one of these. Basically, yeah. So they did refurbish one. CT-2 was refurbed. It was refurbed, and they were gonna refurbish... CT-2 was refurbed to basically be ready for the Ares 1 missions, and then CT-1 was going to be refurbed for Ares 5 by the time Ares 5 came around. But once again, we didn't do that because herder 30 billion. Yeah, kind of sucks, but hey, it is what it is. How big was an Ares 1? An Ares 1 was a 5-segment SRB with an upper stage that's about the size of a Delta 4 CBC. So a Delta 4 core sitting on top of it. Those rockets would have been close to about 100 meters tall with a 5-segment SRB like that. Yeah, about 100 meters. Give or take. About 300 feet, so a little under 100 meters. Milo. They would have been pretty cool. I personally love Ares 1. I think Ares 1 is an awesome rocket. I'm really kind of annoyed that they didn't go down that pathway. Ares 1 and kind of the Liberty rocket that came after it, that also didn't happen. And then the latest version of Ares 1 to kind of just get canned is Omega. I honestly think there is merit to those designs when it comes to reusability. The reason is because if you have something like Ares 1, okay? You have something like Ares 1 where the upper stage is okay. It's all right. It's a J2X, right? It's a good upper stage, right? And you have that 5-segment first stage. If you were able to take the Ares 1 second stage and apply technology similar to ULA's ACES, right? So like make a reusable second stage, right? One of the I-beams I think fell through the map, so I don't use this fuel depot anymore anyway. So if you were able to do that, right? I think we can recover everything right now. If you were able to make an Ares 1 upper stage reusable and have it just kind of sit on orbit, I think that represents a different type of reusability that's a lot smarter. The reason why it's a lot smarter is because, well, your first stage has one moving part. It's the nozzle, the gimbal, and that's it. Now, if done correctly and employed in scale, there's no way you can tell me that a rocket like Ares 1 would not be economically feasible against something even like a Falcon 9. There is no way in hell you could tell me that a rocket that has an SRB first stage, and that's it, just an SRB first stage that has one moving part, which is the nozzle. Well, it's more than one moving part. Long story short, it's a lot simpler than a liquid fuel booster, okay? There's no way in hell that you could tell me that this thing, even after parachuting down and with booster refurbishment, etc., if employed in scale, would not be able to go toe-to-toe with a Falcon 9 in terms of cost. That's just not a thing. Ares 1 might end up being a little bit more expensive, but if you incorporated reusable upper stage technology with this thing, it would be ridiculously good. Like, ridiculously good. Would be good, but they'd need to move segment production. That's what I mean when I say employed in a cost-effective manner. I'm talking about building and refurbing the SRB casings on site instead of shipping them back to Utah. If they were able to do that, you could get costs down for one of these probably, I don't know, 40, 50 million a pop. And keep in mind, this moves more than a Falcon 9 into space, and you get your booster back because it parachutes down. And if you employed composite SRBs, it would be even more. You could probably move 30 tons into low Earth orbit. Yeah. And if you did reusable upper stages, just daisy chain a bunch of these stages together in space, refuel them, and send them. This represents some pretty awesome... It's a pretty awesome architecture, to be honest with you. I mean, you need to look no further than career mode. Look what I did with career mode with Jeb's... I inhaled some dust. That's a good sign that I need to clean this place. Look what I did with Jebstone 4 in career mode. If employed in mass, you can't compete with this thing. Hey, Logic. Haven't been in the stream lately. I've been busy with ACT testing for school. A lot of studying. Don't apologize for studying. This is a STEM stream, Logic. It's totally okay. Just don't jinx any more launches, all right? I'm serious about that. Wonder if that's the reason why there's only one SLS launcher. Oh, man. I don't want to do this right now. Here. Let me recover all the Kerbals. The pad is ready to go. Fellas, the They... Let's just go out here and make sure this came in right. The SLS mobile launcher wasn't always the SLS mobile launcher. Would you ever play a horror game? No, I just generally don't have fun when I'm playing those. Logic, it's fine. Logic, if I catch somebody saying, I should be studying, but I'm watching the stream, I shut the stream off. I don't care if I have 10,000 viewers, 1,501. I don't give a crap. I'm not going to be people's excuse for not getting work done. You should get your work done. And don't do what I do. Or don't do what I did and actually do good in school. Even if you don't really have any intentions, just do good in school. Even if you don't want to go to college, and I'm not you, like, you should do good in school. Yeah, this is the Ares 1. The SLS mobile launcher was Ares 1. They basically started configuring it for Ares 1 and stopped in 2011 and then took the whole damn thing apart and reconfigured it for SLS. Yeah. What did Ares 1's do? Ares 1's mission after the space shuttle stopped flying was to make sure that we didn't have no way to get into space. And then after that, Ares 1, what it was designed to do is hang on. After that, what Ares 1 was designed to do is go so it was designed to launch with Orion and send people to the ISS initially. And then after commercial partners came online in the late 20-teens, early 2020s, then this rocket would be used in conjunction with the Ares 5, which is that thing next to it. The Ares 5, if it looks familiar, it kind of is. Ares 5 was basically two Ares 1 first stages next to each other, the 5-segment boosters, with an SLS-styled core stage with 5 RS-68s in the first stage, they're Delta IV booster rockets, and then a J2X upper stage, using basically a fat version of this. This guy over here. So, this one, the A104 configuration, was what they kind of ended on. Ignore all this other stuff. It's kind of cool, but... so after commercial partners, this is Ares 5 over here. After the commercial partners, after the shuttle stopped flying, this was supposed to replace it, right? And then in the later part of the 20-teens, we would just use Ares 1 for ISS mission rotations. That's it. And then part of the Constellation program was under the Vision for Space Exploration was commercial crew. Commercial crew and commercial orbital transport services were always intended to be the thing that happened. And they were going to come online sometime in the late 20-teens, which is basically exactly what happened. That's the lie that everyone says. Everybody says, like, oh, we got rid of Constellation and we replaced it with commercial crew. No. Commercial crew was always part of Constellation. After that, Ares 1 would have been used with Ares 5 to build transfer vehicles in low Earth orbit. So if you look, that's the second phase of Constellation, which is what we would be doing right around now. We would be doing that right around now if it didn't get canned. Ares 1 and Ares 5 would be used to assemble vehicles in low Earth orbit and then use these to go back to the moon. So Ares 5 would dump a gigantic freaking lander, a single stage to orbit lunar single stage to orbit reusable lander on an Earth departure stage. And that EDS with the J2X would shoot all of this out on translunar injection, and then you'd basically go Apollo program from there. The thing is that the lander component of Constellation was the Altair lunar lander. Altair's lunar lander was, like I said, single stage to orbit. Single stage to orbit for the moon. I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to find it here. You can go with list of constellation missions, basically. I thought SSDOs were unfeasible. They're unfeasible with... They're not feasible, Kelly, with SLS. Not with Ares 5. Have you seen Ares 5's projected numbers? This is a baseline configuration. Dude. You guys know I always hit that. I always beat the $30 million drum, but you have no idea. Oh, man. Ares 5, fellas, is... Alright, I'll just show you the numbers. That's Ares 5. So it's an SLS-style core stage. You have 5 RS-68s in the first stage and twin 5-segment boosters. Up here, you have an Earth departure stage with a single J2X. So this is something that's 8.4 meters in diameter, 20 meters long with a J2X on board. The EDS for Ares 5, this part is about, it's, I mean, shoot, man. It's like the size of SN5. Seriously. It's the size, it's that big. It needs to be bigger because of hydrogen and whatnot, but, yeah, and it has a J2X upper stage. J2X is 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust from the J2X variant, and like 412 seconds specific impulse with an 8.4 meter fairing on top. The 5 RS-68s coupled with the 5-segment boosters give you a payload capacity of 188 tons into low Earth orbit. Single stage to orbit lunar landers are back on the table, if that's the case. Also, the Orion capsule, the CEV, the Crew Exploration Vehicle Orion capsule, had a better service module inside of it. The service module inside with Orion would have been capable of doing what the Apollo module was capable of doing. So it could take Altair and it could circularize Altair in low lunar orbit. That's what the second phase of Constellation was. The second phase of Constellation was basically, and that's the second swoosh right here, okay, was basically using Ares 1 and Ares 5 to build departure vehicles that to go to the moon, in space to go to the moon. Basically, you have an Ares 1 on 39B and an Ares 5 on 39A. You launch the Ares 1 up, you launch the Ares 5 up, they rendezvous in space, right? They rendezvous in space, the Orion capsule docks to the Altair lunar lander, and then the Earth departure stage fires, and you send the whole thing out to the moon, and you basically do Apollo missions from there, right? After we return to the moon, to remember how to return to the freaking moon, the third leg of Constellation would have been at the end of the 2030s, and that would have involved Ares 5 and Ares 1. There's the Altair lander, by the way. It would have involved Ares 5 and Ares 1 to work together to build Martian transfer vehicles, MTV, nuclear-powered transfer vehicles. Here. Ares 5 coupled with Ares 1 would be able to basically build transfer vehicles like this up in space. They would utilize NASA's habitat design, and this would also have a secondary, primary and secondary docking ring. You could send a crew up here for construction with an Ares 1 and Orion, right? And then when you're ready to go up into space, you send the prime crew here, right? Or you could just have both. You could have 2 Orions there. It has a redundant docking port. And then here, you have your nuclear departure stage. This would go up in an Ares fairing, right? Same with this piece. You can see where the rings are. And then this piece would be sent up. So one Ares 5 launch, you send an Orion up, it's habited, right? Second one would launch this, and you notice that these tanks are insulated. They're heavily insulated because they're carrying hydrogen, right? Send this thing up, and then an Ares 5 with this thing right after it. Now, what it would do from there is it would use the fuel. This is a drop tank, right? It would use this fuel to do trans-Martian injection. After it uses trans-Martian injection, it drops this tank, and that tank just sails into solar orbit somewhere. From there, if you look, this has RCS right there and right there. From there, the Martian transfer vehicle will flip end over end, and it'll just keep flipping end over end over end over end. And the idea is that you can keep a steady 1.0 outward acceleration here, so the astronauts would be able to walk around inside of this inside of the expandable module. Yeah, and then it would keep flipping, and then when it gets near Mars, right, it would stop flipping, and it would retro burn with the nuclear 3 Nerva engines to Mars, and then it would the Copernicus would be used for Mars flybys, and then after that, Copernicus would rendezvous with it would rendezvous with another vehicle called an MDV. I don't have the full thing here. Here, I'm sure I could find it. Here. Oh, also they would test out the MTVs by sending ISRU technology and robots to Mars. Yeah, in tandem like this. I forgot about that part. Yeah, and then you have a gigantic cargo lander, right? It has a drogue chute, and then it would have landed down on Mars like that. This thing would have had rovers and onboard stuff to be able to set up in situ resource utilization, because the lander, see, yeah, check that out. This was all planned, right? Because the lander, if you look at this thing, you notice how there's 6 engines. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? Well, the reason why there's 6 engines is because this is a mobile launcher. Yeah, it's a mobile launcher. You heard that right. This is a mobile launch pad. See up top there? See that curved part? It's carrying an MAV inside of it. Yeah, it's carrying an MAV inside of it. There's an ascent vehicle. See it in the center there? The 4 engines, right? 1, 2, 3, and 4. These engines are for descent to make sure that you have a nice balanced descent. The ascent vehicle, 1, 2, 3, and 4, are attached to basically an upper stage for this thing. Also, they have the rover up front, which is why they have more stuff. These rovers drop down. They start farming out resources to test out ISRU and whatnot. And then, in the meantime, we launch another Ares, and we use Orion as a tug to be able to build these nuclear transfer vehicles out. And then this is the crew one. That's the crew vehicle. Right, see it dropped the drop tank. And the animation doesn't show it, but the MTV is designed to flip. It's designed to flip end over end. So, yeah, the crew would move over. Yeah, here. Look what's inside the Asimov. Yeah, see, IDSSs. They already had all the stuff. Now watch this. Here's the lander. This is an MDV. The MDV would already be out there. It would have been sent with the MAV. The MDV could use hypergulls or whatever. I'm not sure how they didn't get this far into the thing for it to be fleshed out enough. And then that would have led to a long-term hab on Mars. This would have happened, best case scenario, this would have happened, I don't know, sometime in the late 2030s. That's like a best case scenario. And then when the crew is done, look, inside of that, there we go, see? There's an MAV inside, and it would have used in situ resource utilization to refuel the stupid thing. Either that or they could have used hypergalls. The MAV, which is basically just an Orion capsule, it's derived from Altair, from the lander, right? See, would have redocked, right? It's only a one-use thing. No reusable landers in this design. And then they go back. And then Orion, the NTV recircularizes because it's nuclear powered. The Orion separates, comes back down. The Orion capsules are designed to be reusable, so you could send up another one. You could refurbish this and send it up again on another Ares 5. A link, please, when you finish. Sure. Guys, there's a reason why I really get upset. The $30 billion thing, I don't just do that for memes. We had basically a roadmap for... This is sustainable. It really is. Like, I know this seems like a tall order, but what's good about Constellation is that you started with Ares 1. Okay, Ares 1 is a 5-segment booster with a J2X upper stage, right? You guys know good and well, even with SpaceX, with NASA, with whomever, doesn't matter the company, propulsion is always the thing that costs the most, right? You have Ares 1 starting to move people to the ISS, right? So you get to test out your Orion capsule, you get to test out the J2X, and you get to test out the 5-segment booster, right? Then you can use that technology, once Ares 1 is fully operational, you can use that tech to start developing Ares 5. You already have flight heritage for Ares 5, especially with the upper stage engine, with the J2X and the 5-segment boosters. Ares 1 was supposed to lead into Ares 5, okay? Think of it like the Saturn 1B and the Saturn 5. Saturn 1B was first, and then that technology found its way into the Saturn 5, right? And it made development of the Saturn 5 a little bit cheaper, right? And then, coincidentally, they took the Saturn 5's third stage and put it on the S1B. Like, that technology found its way back. You used one vehicle to basically do the development for the next one. The reason is because the people that implemented the vision for space exploration and Project Constellation knew good and well how hard it was to fund a new launch vehicle. Literally the exact problem we have with SLS. They knew that it was a pain in the butt. They knew that if you really wanted to do this right, you would have to start with something small, but use that technology from that to keep development costs down on your big expensive super heavy lifting rocket by using the funding for parts for it with Ares 1. Ares 1's funding was basically, the development there wasn't supposed to be too incredibly crazy. It wasn't supposed to be much. But Ares 1 always will carry a heavy price tag, and everybody will historically look at it and say, oh, it would have cost like $500 million to put Ares 1 on the pad, or $500 million per Ares 1 launch. Yeah, you know why? Because you're eating the development costs for Ares 5 every Ares 1 launch. That's why it would have been so expensive. In the long run, that would have made Ares 5 launches way less expensive because you didn't need to develop anything. Ares 5, all you need to do is develop that core stage. And yes, that does take time. But the development funding would have shifted from Ares 1. Once Ares 1 hit operational missions in 2015, they would have shifted the funding over to Ares 5 inside of the Constellation program and spend 5 good solid years of using the flight heritage hardware from Ares 1 to engineer a core stage around the components that already have been developed. One would feed into the next one, which would feed into the next one, which would feed into the next one. That's why Constellation was so good. That's why it was a good idea, and that's why it was stupid to get rid of it. Because now what you see is just, what we have now is just a watered down version of the same thing. You basically took all the punch out of Ares 5 by putting the Orion capsule on it, which is stupid. You gave it shuttle engines because you have to put the Orion capsule, the shuttle engines are human rated, so because you put the Orion capsule on SLS, you have to give it shuttle engines instead of RS-68s. Now you eat the cost for the 5-segment boosters all in one price tag, Everybody, I'm pretty sure last time I checked, everybody complains that the SLS price is too expensive. Well, it's because it didn't have another program feeding it. You just had to basically eat the cost on 5-segment boosters anyway, even though you canceled Ares 1. And you also had to eat the cost on the upper stage for Ares 5 and the upper stage propulsion because you canceled Ares 1. I'm pretty sure SLS has a problem. The problem is that the EUS is taking forever to make. Uh-oh. That's because we didn't have an upper stage for it because they canceled the rocket that was supposed to be the lead-in to developing the propulsion for the upper stage. Now, if you want my honest opinion, I would rather take the EUS from SLS and put that on top of an Ares 5. I think that's better than the Earth departure stage, if you really want my honest opinion. But also, one led into another. They did that to be able... They did that with Constellation to try and spread the contracts out enough, but also keep the same contractors around and also not dump shuttle engines into the water. Yeah, this is what I mean about Constellation, and this is why I will so vehemently say, like, this is such a big problem. Even 10 years on, we're going to be reeling from the effects of canceling Constellation for a long time. Long time. And you know what the messed up part is? They said this is a better pathway into space. Canceling Ares 1 and like, that's the thing. They said that, oh, commercial crew will get us into space faster. Commercial crew will get us into space faster. You know, like, that's a better thing to do than Ares 1. Pretty sure we waited 10 years for that one. Even with a company going as fast as SpaceX, even with SpaceX with their rapid prototyping, I mean, it still took 10 years. If it takes them 10 years, I mean, look at Boeing. I mean, and it's not because to say anything bad about Boeing nor SpaceX. This stuff's complicated. Especially if you're building it to NASA spec. It's complicated. So, I mean, it's funny, you know, this was all promised as a better way to do things, and it's really not, because this better way to do things is quite literally what was already planned. So, I mean, I always thought it was really funny because at the time, everybody touted SLS and, you know, commercial crew replacing Ares 1 as the right move. That was the right way to do things. That was the right way to do things. We should have done this way. We should have done it that way, right? Constellation always had planned on having commercial crew fly in the late 20-teens, early 2020s. And look, that's exactly what happened. So, like, I always found it funny, like, you know, oh, commercial crew is better for us. It's better to have commercial crew. Or commercial, we're going to expand commercial crew. They didn't even do that. They didn't even expand it. They just let it keep going on its natural course. Like, they looked at Constellation, took all the bits and pieces that they liked, and they kept that, and then they took all, I don't like that piece. We don't want that. Nope. And you know what the most heartbreaking part of this story is that Constellation hardware was already made. They already made Ares 1's mobile launcher. One of the biggest ones is anybody that knows a little bit about Stennis knows about the A3 test stand. The A3 test stand was the vacuum chamber designed to test the J2Xs. And guess what? They built it and then they finished it after the program got canceled. Night, Milo. Oh yeah, they also hot-fired the engines, yeah. You heard that right. They canceled Constellation with the Authorization Act in 2010 and 2011, right? They canceled it, and the contractors said, no, you're not going to do that. You're not canceling this. And they said, yeah, we're canceling it. And the contractor's like, no, you're going to pay me for finishing this test stand because that literally means my business will go under if you pull out my funding right now, because my entire company's financial structure is centered around building this test stand because you're my I'm the prime contractor. So they ended up building Constellation hardware anyway, because some of the contractors took the government to court and said that the government basically had to pay out even if they canceled the program. So we ended up, you know, it's so funny because we ended up saying that, you know, we saved money under the, you know, we saved money, right? We saved money. We ended up not saving money. That we did the opposite of that. Which, yeah, I mean, it's interesting to me. So, I mean, guys, there's a reason why I really get, like, getting rid of Constellation. It was a mistake. It was a mistake then. It's a mistake now, and I'm not letting that go, because that put us behind in our spaceflight efforts by a good 15 years. That's a minimal estimation, very minimal estimation right there. Surely there's someone that's a veteran NASA or space contractor, etc., that has maybe written a book about this. I don't know. Maybe. All right, pad is reconfigured, guys. It's 20 past 11. I'm still good. We got all the objectives done. We're gonna launch that module tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna do. We got tomorrow. We're gonna have to get right into launching. We have a Sigma module to send up to the station to resupply everything. And then we got to send up the Constitution module. How'd you go with the station missions? Joshy, I looked at the pad. The pad wasn't in good condition, so I refurbed the pad. So we ended up building a new Constitution module and then refurbishing the pad a little bit. This is why we can't have bureaucrats in charge of our future. Karate, that's the thing. It's not even that. I will always think that Constellation, you should never blame one particular person in a bureaucratic process, because that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all. That's like saying, oh, the methane header tank in Starship, it lost pressure and Raptor didn't fire well enough, so the Raptor engine is the problem. No, Starship had a failure and it blew up because of it, right? You never really should blame one particular entity or something, especially when it comes to Rule 8 stuff. I think the only thing to really kind of understand from that is that there's a lesson to be learned. But honestly, I'll die on this hill. I think that the recession tainted our judgment. That's what happened. I'm pretty dang sure. The financial recession, sell everything but the kitchen sink, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, I don't ever think that the solution to high unemployment is cutting more jobs in the space program. But once again, NASA's usefulness is entirely tied to public perception. It's entirely tied to public perception. That makes a big difference. So if the public, by and large, doesn't see an expensive space program as the right move because the country's in recession and you need help us, guess what happens? It'll get axed, and that's exactly what happened. Like, I want to play the blame game just as much as the next person, Karate, but if you really want to go back, the stream is now cursed. I opened Twitch and the player promptly turned on and off several times. Oh, well, that's good, RB. Hope your week has been better. Yeah, okay. Do you think that the shuttle could be what it was supposed to be with modern computing materials or processing? Swishio, if we were somehow able to get the shuttle in STS-135 configuration and start flying it again, and start flying it with a good set of missions on a regular schedule, frequent flights, yeah, sure, the shuttle could be amazing. I mean, you need to look no further than from 2005 to 2011 to see how effective the shuttle is as a vehicle. Unfortunately, that came at the vehicle's safety. We paid for the shuttle being safe in blood, which is annoying. That was an easily avoidable mistake. But then again, I'm saying that with the benefit of hindsight. You need to look no further than from 2005 to 2011. How many shuttle flights flew from '05 to '11 and built an entire space station in basically 5 years? You could even say from 2006 to 2011, 5 years. The shuttle built a good portion of the ISS and literally had no problems. I will always say, especially with a vehicle like Starship, like the shuttle, where you're trying to make something reusable, where launch escape systems are not an option with the shuttle or anything else, higher frequency of flying will definitely make up for the fact that you don't have a launch escape system. And that goes back to the original shuttle design, Swishio. That's what they wanted to do. NASA's not stupid, all right? They knew good and well what they were getting into with the shuttle with no launch escape system. But the idea was that if you launch more, you'll figure out all the bugs. I mean, unfortunately, that theory is right. You'll figure out all the bugs. It's like flying an airplane around, right? Airplanes don't have escape systems. How do airplanes stay reliable? Airplanes stay reliable because they keep flying. The idea, NASA's idea was that they could apply that same idea to a spacecraft. And it was working until someone borked up the freaking SRBs. The SRBs weren't sufficiently tested. They weren't sufficiently tested enough. But, yeah. Sounds like Starship is just turning into the space shuttle. I mean, the space shuttle is not a bad piece of equipment, guys. If a company, say like in some crazy scenario, a company brought the shuttle back and started operating it commercially, I think you could get shuttle launches. Hang on. If you had a launch pad like Slick 6, where you don't have a mobile launcher, you don't have a VAB, you build the shuttle with mobile service towers and you build it right on the pad, you could get shuttle launches. I would say, like, taking into account that the RS-25s or the SSMEs can launch, and they can launch 50 times without being refurbished. Even with tiles, the tile problems that the shuttle had, tiles do fall off, but they don't fall off during reentry. They fall off because moisture is soluble to the adhesive. So when after the shuttle came through reentry and it flew back down into a humid atmosphere, the tiles would absorb that water, and that water would make the glue solvable, and the tiles would fall off. That didn't happen very often, but it does happen. I'd say even taking that into account, you could probably get shuttle launches down to, I don't know, I'd say 300 million, 400 million a launch, easily. Oh yeah, easily. And then that price would go down even more if you launch it more. Yeah. Is KSP done for the night? Yeah, I'm done. We're gonna go into launch mode tomorrow. I have basically all the missions planned out, pads ready to go, station refurbishments, and then it's gonna be 1 to 2 launches a night, basically for the next couple of weeks. Rerolls. I still have to figure out how we're gonna do the Science Mission Directorate stuff, but do you not think that some deaths are acceptable on the route to progress, though? Canceling the program because of it seems silly. What U.S. space program was canceled because astronauts died? Any plans to start later and go to the Soyuz launch? Oh, MS-18. I'll just do a long stream tomorrow, guys. Yeah. So, no U.S. space program was ever canceled because astronauts died. Okay? The shuttle program kept going. And they came up with a replacement. After Challenger, they made the shuttle safer. Right? After Apollo 1, they kept going with the Apollo program. I mean, you pay for that safety with blood sometimes. That's the space program. Now, is that avoidable? Yeah, of course. Duh. Of course it's avoidable. Yeah, you don't.
Discovery, go at throttle.
You don't need to look any further than building a super safe rocket than Falcon 9. Falcon 9 with the reusable boosters, they were able to rapid prototype and test the boosters every time they launched some payload into space. No problem. And then when it came time, they launched it 100 times before they put people on that thing. And even then, that's with NASA up SpaceX's tailpipe. Falcon 9 is a very, very, very good piece of spaceflight architecture. Mission architecture is really good. Like, it's almost a shame that SpaceX is moving to Starship. I'm serious. Falcon 9 could be... Falcon 9 in heavy with a bigger fairing. You could do some pretty awesome stuff with that. Like, and I'm talking more like conventional style, like Apollo missions and stuff. So like Falcon Heavies launching transfer modules up into space and landers up into space. You need the bigger fairing for it. And then a Dragon capsule linking up to the whole thing and then sending the whole thing out. Something basically similar to how we're working in mission mode. Yeah, just like that, actually. S-Man, 43-month resub. 43 months of pure knowledge. Thanks, man. Yeah, Soyuz did have a rough start. The first couple of test flights didn't go well. If we ever move into the stars of this species, we have to expect more lives to be lost. It's going to happen, Hellfish, if you really want to be morbid about it. I don't like talking about this stuff because it's a little bit of a downer. People will die in space. It's going to happen. It's only a matter of time. And hopefully those deaths aren't in vain, and hopefully we don't get cold feet or anything. It's going to happen at some point. I hope it doesn't. I pray it doesn't, but it probably will. I mean, if we're going to start normalizing spaceflight, yeah, it's going to happen. Probability says that it's going to, but I don't like thinking about human life as a statistic. That's really uncool. I don't think that's a good idea. The second you start thinking about casualties as a statistic is the second you start losing the value of human life, especially when you launch stuff into space. Now, is that because, I care about humans? Well, yeah, of course, first and foremost. But second of all, how stupid would the Apollo missions be if Neil and Buzz landed on the moon and got stranded up there and died? It would totally undermine the entire achievement. It totally undermine the entire achievement. It would suck. That's not space flight. That's just being a lemming. That's dumb. You know? Going down that line of thinking is super dangerous. So, I mean, like I said, you need to look no further than Falcon 9 to really show, like, how you should prototype and test space flight the right way. You know, Soyuz in progress, same thing. I mean, Soyuz, there was Soyuz 1, which was bullcrap because Kamarov knew. He knew the thing was a death trap, and he went at it anyway to save his buddies, which saved Titov and Gagarin and all those other guys. And then there's Soyuz 11, which is a freak accident. Well, Hellfish, if you do your homework right, the risks should be mitigated. That's the thing. We shouldn't be afraid to launch people into space. You shouldn't be afraid to launch people into space. Dude, when Crew 1 launched, I was fine. Heck, when Demo 2 went off, I had the heart rate monitor. My heartbeat didn't get above 80 BPM. I wasn't nervous at all. Everyone's like, oh my God, I was nervous. Like, why? What are you nervous about? It's a Falcon 9. Of course it's going to work. What are you talking about? It's like, Falcon 9 is one of the safest rockets the U.S. has ever made. The safest rockets to come out of this country. That's not even a judgment call. Like, the engineering is tried and tested. Falcon 9's mature at this point. You know? You don't really need to lose any more lives. It's not the dawn of spaceflight anymore. I mean, accidents are still going to happen, Ken, but yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, God, Kelly, yeah, maybe. Yeah, look at Atlas V. I mean, frick, Atlas V, they did a green run on it, and then that was it. Atlas V's, it's had its hiccups here and there, but no problem. Never had a launch failure. Kelly, which last? Space is inhospitable to humans. Yeah, of course, it's gonna happen. But yeah, we'll get there. Yeah, I mean, What were you talking about? I lost it. Not worried. Doesn't bother me at all. Falcon 9 is our Soyuz, essentially. It's pretty damn good, man. It's a pretty damn safe launch vehicle. Well, Catfish, the reason is because the cars are normalized. Everybody uses a car. 300 people die every day from car accidents. But what's the scenario? What's the ratio there of people that use cars? Billions of people use a car every day. You know, millions in the United States. They're safe enough. You know what I mean? We'll only get to something like that in spaceflight if somebody wants to sit there and start mass producing modes of transportation. This is why Elon is so vehement about mass producing Starship. This is why. This is why he's not afraid to put the rocket on the pad and have it blow up. If that happens, it happens. So what? Put another one out. Launch it again. He has the money to do it. He has the money, he has the research and development, and I mean, I wouldn't say he has the time, but you know, because that's contingent. But you know what I mean? It's. Do you think we'll still be alive for the point launches happen for art? Maybe. Mass producing rockets is the only way we're going to get out of this, you know, Apollo program, you know, plant flags and footprints and like maybe a small base here and there. That's the only way we're going to do it. I mean, if you look at if you compound all the cosmonaut and astronaut casualties compared to all the people that go into space, it's still a pretty high percentage. It's more than cars, that's for sure. I mean, what you're asking a rocket to do is very dangerous. If we can figure out a way to get that under control, we'll be good, man. Yeah, Swishio, that's not going to happen. I mean, it's not going to happen. SpaceX wouldn't do it. They learned from NASA how to mitigate risk. But SpaceX has the balls to be able to launch it with acceptable risk. They can take risks that NASA can't be seen taking. So but also at the same time, NASA is in on Starship's development because of HLS in some way, shape, or form. So they're probably advising them, if I had to guess. I mean, spacecraft are probably some of the safest vehicles you can fly on nowadays. I mean, look at the stat. Figure out the module? Yeah, RJ, we figured it out, and then I went to launch it, and I noticed the whole pad was bent and crooked because I hadn't launched it 10 times. So I gave the pad a quick refresh, and now we're here. So SNC is still shooting for inflatable space modules, correct? Yeah, they announced that the other day. Hey, fellas, I'm going to go see what's going on with the Minecraft server, if you guys don't mind. I'm going to go check the updates there. We can keep talking about this if you want, or if it's only going to be for a second here. Crew Dragon's lots of crew vehicles rated at 1 in 270. Well, that was the minimal safety factor, Lavi, but that doesn't mean that SpaceX hasn't internally exceeded that. And I'm pretty sure they have. If they're gonna have a problem with Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon, I will go out on a limb and say it ain't gonna be with Falcon 9. Falcon 9's way too matured. Dragon, on the other hand, has not flowed a lot, but with CRS-2 rolling out, they'll, and the commercial missions going out and about like what they're doing,